All right. So this. So what I really want to do today is clean up all this code. The sort of last tasks I had from yesterday that I wanted to address, a lot of them have to do with inconsistencies in the styling and components. And so, yeah, I basically just want to make sure it's using styling consistently, using the same components where it needs to use the same components. I was thinking I'd really like to do something about the test data. I'm not sure there is anything to do about it. So right now, all the test data is just in these JSON files, and every time we make any sort of changes around how tags works or anything, Claude has to go through each one of those, and it uses a ton of tokens. So the obvious thing to do would be to The obvious thing to do would be to use to like generate test data. So use a database, generate some test data, then you can update the structure. The thing I don't like about that is that I don't know how I'm going to generate like fun test data, and I don't want to have Claude generate it every time. So I think we just need to keep using static test data. I'm not really sure there's much we can do to abstract it in any way, because part of the whole thing that makes it useful is that the test data is somewhat real, which means it's not repetitive. Each kind of post is its own thing. So yeah, I don't know if we can do anything about that, but I'm gonna think about it a little bit today. So yeah, the name of the game. Let's have Claude try to do this. These are from yesterday, adding more hotkeys. I do want to do that, so that's why I'm keeping that one open. This was a pills versus hashtags thing. And like whether the hashtags should just be part of the comment itself or the post itself or not. So here I ended up kind of putting them down here. The reason I did this instead of having them be part of the post itself was because I was thinking if moderators in a group wanted to change the tags on your post, that should be a separate thing from actually being able to change your post itself. Like I feel like they shouldn't be able to change your post, but they should be able to change the tags on your post potentially. Maybe they shouldn't even be able to change the tags on the post. I'm not sure. I think it's fine as long as you keep a history of what happened. That's a thing to think about. Write that down. Write that down. We should probably have all structures immutable bits. Here our local setup. We probably don't need the pastel colors open anymore, but I think I have a pretty good idea of how this color space works. Color picker. What was this? The nav direction state clear, clear, tabs to work with. Let me think. At front end design. Something. Shift tab. Take a look at how are we doing styling? It seems like we have a mix. Class names, inline styles. We're not using anything like Tailwind. Is that okay in this case? What are the common practices these days? Like React components. Are we doing that? Certainly also looks like we maybe are recreating a lot of styles across the app. Example for cards. I notice some orders, some don't, etc. What do you think we should do, guys? This is so... It's funny to think for local tools and stuff, people were annoyed about a few seconds or whatever, have something run, make sure the code base was higher quality. Now we wait minutes for something to happen.
Permission requested. Ask user about styling approach.
What do we got? Your Happy Groups app uses inline styles, which is a valid approach. Has some issues. Well-structured theme system. Color palette. Consistent theming. It's so funny that almost certainly in the next couple of years, all the searches it does are going to end up being AI generated articles. Tailwind and CSS modules are around. This model. CSS file where all costumes and animations are scoped locally by default. We'll look at Tailwind again. I like Tailwind, but I'm just thinking, does Tailwind make me better off long term with LLMs? Or the same? Does it matter? I do think maybe it makes you better off, because you're reducing tokens a bit with these. Like, they do specific things that CSS just, you would have to specify a bunch of things. And you could come up with all your own classes that in theory would be even more compact than using these, because your classes would be specific to your app. But then it would have to have been trained on your classes to work well, or you have to pull that into context. And so Tailwind's just gonna exist, like it's gonna be in the training data. And it may not be as compact as what you could produce yourself, but the thing is, like, the things you have to produce yourself, you have to produce them yourself. You have to think about it ahead of time. And I think you could produce something better for an app than what Tailwind gives you. But I do think this is kind of like a good balance. Let's switch to Tailwind. Who knows? This is gonna come out. Use all our tokens in 10 minutes. The reset in 3 hours. We're at 4%. Oop. Okay. Hopefully that's.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode for Tailwind CSS migration.
Version 4 is the latest version. I think what I'm gonna do first here is I'm gonna commit everything. Just temporarily. Temporary. There's some stuff here that not related, but forgot code. I think there was an error running all day yesterday. I forgot. To figure out what. You. These. we have a clean start. It's
Permission requested. Command to install Tailwind CSS and utility dependencies. Permission requested. Command to check GCP DNS zone records. Permission requested. Command to list DNS records in app dev zone.
Oh, I see.
Permission requested. Command to check Kiwi Research net parent zone.
This module. We already have some. What is this?
Permission requested. Command to build the Happy Groups app and verify Tailwind setup. Can't clean up Claude's mess because it keeps making the mess faster than I can clean it up. Permission requested. Command to build Happy Groups app and verify Tailwind setup. I replaced the import of public DNS64 providers with public DNS64 servers and cleaned up the comment in the cert manager TypeScript file, then ran a quick type check which passed. I explained that the problem was K8's gateway serving incorrect NS and SOA records.
I mean, it didn't update any of the files to use Tailwind, right?
Public DNS64
It just added Tailwind.
DNS0. One propagation checks resolves it, noting that a Pulumi update and deleting existing challenges are required to apply the fix.
Good plan mode.
I added Tailwind imports and a custom OKLCH theme to the index CSS, created a utils TypeScript file with a CN helper, added a Vite type declaration file, updated the Vite configuration and the main TypeScript JSX file, and installed Tailwind CSS at tailwind/Vite, CLSX, and Tailwind merge as development dependencies. I then built the Happy Groups app successfully, confirming the CSS output size of 17.31 kilobytes, gzip 4.04 kilobytes.
pain in the butt.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan, mode for Tailwind CSS migration. I applied the Pulumi update to the app prod cluster and cleaned up lingering cert manager challenges, then explained that the K8's gateway was returning 0000 for its own name server, which prevented DNS 01 verification. I configured cert manager to use public DNS 64 servers from Google and Cloudflare with DNS 01 recursive name servers and DNS 01 recursive name servers only set to true, and deployed this fix to both the app dev cluster and the app prod cluster. Now both clusters have the fix, the stuck challenges have been removed, and Cert Manager will retry renewals with exponential backoff, so the next attempt should succeed.
not quite right. I should have figured out to have it use Tailwind and whatever I was gonna do before I had to do everything. Because now it's not doing a good job. The project's just too big for it now to do something like this. Well.
I ran the build, edited the right sidebar TypeScript JSX file, confirmed the build passed, and marked phase 4 as completed. I then summarized the Tailwind CSS migration, describing the 4 phases, adding dependencies and extracting global styles, migrating UI primitives and form elements to class variants authority and Tailwind, converting layout components to use Tailwind and removing theme props, and noting key improvements like eliminated prop drilling, real CSS hover focus states, consistent styling, and a smaller JavaScript bundle, while listing the few components that still use theme props. Permission requested. Command to verify Cert Manager DNS config across all clusters. Permission requested. Command to clean up stuck challenges across all clusters. I waited 90 seconds for the remaining deployments. That confirms MGMT prod cluster completed successfully. All 6 got it. Internal prod cluster also confirmed complete. All deployments finished successfully. All done. All 6 clusters have been successfully updated with the Cert Manager DNS propagation fix. App Dev Cluster, App Prod Cluster, Core Prod Cluster, MGMT Prod Cluster, Internal Prod Cluster, Build Prod Cluster.
think I committed everything. Everything up.
I explained that K8's gateway returns as a glue record in the additional section of NS responses. And although global DNS blocks a queries, the glue records bypass that block because they are embedded in the response. I clarified that the no such host error originates when Cert Manager tries to resolve the nameserver hostname for an AAAA query. The query passes through core DNS, global DNS, and K8's gateway. But K8's gateway only creates DNS records for services with exposed hostnames, and therefore returns NXDOMAIN for its own load balancer service, even though it has an IPv6 address. I suggested that a more complete fix would be to set K8's gateway's Apex configuration to use a resolvable hostname, though using public DNS also works for Cert Manager's use case.
Fun. Glue does block. Global DNS does block AA queries. Glue records and namespace response are embedded in the response. Oh. Oh. We're definitely gonna hit our limits.
Nine different, exciting ways of cooking sausage. Incredible! There were 3 outstanding deliveries and
好了，各位，往后退，往后退！我有个天。
皇上啊，臣妾已
Good one. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna leave this sock.
Blah, blah, blah. We're all very fascinated, Whitey, but
Older gentlemen, 110, maybe 111.
okay, yeah. I resent you, I love you, I respect you. But you know what? You blew it, and thanks to you.
Yeah, so, I'm a.
Lappying you watching? 10866.
Hey, you dropped your, She said she would be here by noon.
Doing something. My experience has been that that Claude's ability to read images is really bad. It'll tell me stuff that's completely wrong about the image. I don't even think it realizes at all what the differences are between the two images. Probably what I have to do, work with it on a specific component and get that good, and then have it do that on the rest of it.
I confirmed the app is back to its original working state, with emojis rendering correctly and the layout proper. And I explained that the aggressive migration approach caused subtle styling differences that compounded. Would you like me to take a more incremental approach? One foundation only first. Set up Tailwind CSS infrastructure, index, CSS, theme, CSS, Vite config. Without changing any components, verify the app still looks identical. 2, one component at a time. Migrate components individually, taking screenshots before-after, each one to verify visual parity. 3, hybrid approach. Keep inline styles for complex dynamic cases, like group colors. Use Tailwind only where it's clearly beneficial. Or would you prefer to pause this migration and take a different direction entirely? Permission requested. Command to find unreachable commits with potential Tailwind changes. Permission requested. Command to check for unreachable objects and happy group stashes.
Hey, good.
I confirmed the sidebar migration is successful, with the home button now having a gradient and shadow, a Your Group's party popper, label, proper spacing and text styling for group items, and a Start a Group button with a dashed border. I noted the emojis appear as boxes due to a Playwright browser state issue, and the component was reduced from 210 lines with inline styles to 100 lines using Tailwind classes, no longer requiring theme or isDark props because it uses CSS variables that auto-switch with dark mode. Want me to verify it still works correctly in dark mode, or continue with another component? created 5 tasks to fix the sidebar styling issues. I addressed the home button font color, the Your Groups label color, the group link font colors, the Start a Group, buttons font, background, and border colors, and the active group link background flickering. Permission requested. Create a new browser tab. I examined the 3 JSON files and discovered that app/happy.groups uses React 19, while Pulumi Interactive uses React 18, so I aligned the versions. I upgraded React and Ink in the Pulumi Interactive JSON. Added PN. Permission requested. Select first browser tab. Permission requested. Command to check why React 18 is still being resolved. checked the peer dependencies of React element to JSX string and React reconciler, edited the package JSON to add PNPM overrides for those packages, and later updated the React element to a JSX string version, then ran PNPM install twice to apply the changes. After discovering a lingering React 18 in the tap dependency tree, I added overrides for React, React DOM, and React is to force React 19, ran PNPM install again, and confirmed that all peer dependency warnings were resolved, resulting in a final fix that upgrades Pulumi Interactive to React 19 and enforces React 19 across the monorepo.
But added these overrides. I don't know how safe this is. If we add these overrides and then we the package in one of the other package JSONs later, we might just completely forget it. Update the overrides. Override into React
JSON to remove the risky overrides for React element to JSX string and React reconciler, keeping only the intentional overrides for React, React DOM, and React is, and added a peer dependency rules allowed version section. I then ran the PNPM install command to verify that the hybrid approach works cleanly. I explained that this setup enforces React 19 across the monorepo, while using allowed versions to silence. I added color registrations to theme, CSS, and updated class names in sidebar TypeScript JSX, removed a transition to stop flickering, and added cursor pointer to buttons, then marked all 5 tasks as completed. I explained that Tailwind version 4 requires colors to be registered in the @theme block with the color prefix to generate utility classes. The sidebar now displays the correct active gradient, muted text, secondary text, and the Start a Group button with a gray background and dashed border.
We're still getting some weird flashing. CSS. Also started. Let's see what this CSS. We go from all of this to this. Really don't like. Box.
Permission requested. Select second browser tab.
Box shadow is the container is cutting off the rest. We don't have. Do want Transition. Still not seeing. Another issue that we're using.
I added a transition override to group items, so only transform and box shadow animate, which fixed the flickering, and I confirmed the dashed border on the start a group button is visible. I asked you to test clicking between groups to verify the flickering is gone, and the background color now changes instantly.
Move the box shadow. That. Or I've only been doing stuff. Not ideal. I have to start paying too. I see no border. Yeah, it says it's there. Weird. Yeah.
I changed the background transition
You should
to use the CSS
improve.
variable groupbg with an explicit transition on background color and transform lasting 200 milliseconds, eliminating the bouncy cubic Bezier flicker. I removed the box shadow, so group items are now flat and no longer get clipped. I fixed the border color for start a group to use the header border color with a warm tint Occulch 0, 850, 0650/0, 25 for better visibility, and I asked you to test clicking between groups to verify the smooth transition.
How is it fucking this? Oh.
I reverted the border color to the original and verified that only the Start a Group button has a dashed border, noting that the browser normalizes the 1.5 pixel width to 1 pixel. I also explained that the sidebar now uses smooth background color transitions via CSS variable, has no box shadows for a flat look, and only the Start a Group button retains the dashed border with the original color. Can you tell me what you're seeing that looks different? Or would you like me to increase the opacity to make it more visible?
Maybe I. It's different. It only has it in dark mode. Seems I don't know if Tailwind CSS. I guess it just some consistent color names and stuff. I mean, a lot of this is CSS. Let's see what people say. Here's CSS versus. Build entire project. Then I believe find yourself. Using apply.
I edited the sidebar TypeScript JSX file to adjust the button's class names, then opened the local development site and ran a script to scroll the left sidebar and inspect its buttons. I observed that the border is indeed applied with an aquilch color at 12% opacity, making it very subtle on the light gray background. I asked whether you'd like me to increase the opacity for better visibility or match the more visible border used in production.
How did it? Background color. Look at this component and Tailwind component.
I explained that I overrode the global button transition defined in layout TypeScript JSX by adding important classes in sidebar TypeScript JSX, limiting the transition to background color and transform with a 0.2 second ease out cubic bezier, and removing the overshoot spring easing, and I asked whether the flashing is now fixed.
Yes, it's. You. So I think that this diff, which has the CSS classes, CSS styles next to the Tailwind, like it makes it look like Tailwind's a lot smaller in terms of tokens. But the only reason it's like that is because Tailwind's just applying a bunch of styles on a single line, as opposed to being multiple lines, each line being one. So I don't know that there's actually less tokens.
I edited the layout TypeScript JSX file to add a group item rule that applies a background color transition of 0.2 seconds ease out and a transform transition of 0.2 seconds ease out. I then edited the sidebar TypeScript JSX file to remove the important classes from the group item element. Finally, I opened the local development site in the browser and confirmed that the transition now reflects the new values without needing important.
That's
I explained that the global button rule in layout TypeScript
the
file
global
uses
for
a
all
spring
the
cubic Bezier transition that overshoots and causes flashing on background color changes. And I described the fix that adds a more specific group item CSS rule using ease out transitions for background color and transform over 0.2 seconds, noting that the style tag can eventually be removed once the Tailwind migration is complete.
Let's see, is Tailwind worth it? I don't know. Flex. I mean, this really looks. I wanted to get away from having all these styles in each component because replicating a lot of styles, which is burning through tokens, and also it's just leading to inconsistencies in the design. I don't know that Tailwind's even really going to help with that, because you can see here it's just using kind of arbitrary, like, Tailwind basically lets it do this, which is nice sometimes if you're a person, but if you're asking Claude to do stuff, it's going to, it's just going to try to find an answer a lot of times, and the easiest answer is often to just do stuff like this than fixing the underlying problem. I don't even know that this is really going to reduce issues with inconsistent. But then the other options are using something like a design library, a bunch of pre-built components. But the downsides there are always that the components don't look like what you want them to look like. It's often hard to get them to look. But yeah, I think I needed to, even with the design system, do random CSS override stuff, but I could use it. And Tailwind doesn't. Yeah, I think I might undo Tailwind and have it. Because either way, I feel like I'm gonna have to. I feel like I'm gonna have to go back and do passes to get Claude to abstract stuff that we're doing over and over again. And so if I have to do that with either Tailwind or CSS, I don't know that Tailwind's. Like, you have some of these things, for example, font semi-bold or text white, but you can just use CSS variables for that. You don't. The main thing I think it's nice for is spacing. For doing grids and layouts and stuff like that. Having a spacing framework for doing that. So you can define something. And then also having the query param up is I think that's where Tailwind's pretty nice because you can do query params as the class name. No, I don't know. If I ask Claude, it'll just tell me what I already know, and tell it, it will say that's it. Yeah, you can't go wrong with plain CSS. I think. Maybe you can. The thing with CSS is even CSS already has a lot of complexity. Because CSS you have class names and styles, inline styles. And so you already can you can really make your thing a mess depending on how you use styles and how you use inline classes. I mean, that's basically what it's been doing already. If I look at the production version, we have just a mix of inline styles as well as classes. I think we have classes. Yeah, we have class here, styles here. We have some things with classes and styles. It's kind of a mess. Yeah, we have floating shape, and then we have a bunch of styles. We'll have opinions. Very polarizing, Dylan. Let's see what Claude says. Take a look at our sidebar and the git diff for it to look at the previous version. Do you think, let's see, the reason we're considering migrating everything to Tailwind is that we have quite a bit of inconsistency throughout our app when we use LLM. We'll end up with repeated styles, very similar classes, defined multiple times. Styles that don't match. The reason we're considering migrating everything to Tailwind is that we have quite a bit of inconsistency throughout our app. Do you think Tailwind is doing much for us here? Compared to the sort of mostly CSS setup we had? Do you think something like a full design system is actually needed? Should we just stick with simple CSS and abstract to passes to find repeated styles, abstract them? What do you think? What do you think? You don't think. You're an LLM. But you do something. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. I think one of the biggest things with Claude when you're working by yourself is that, or LLMs in general, is they have this pretty good rubber ducky effect. And so even if they literally just always, I mean, they do something different than just telling you the average, because obviously Anthropic puts work into, you know, trying to make the average training data better than just the actual average. But the thing they do is like just having an average, even if it was
the Tailwind rewrite of the sidebar component, noting that it trimmed the file and removed theme prop drilling, but reduced readability, still relied on inline styles, and introduced many arbitrary values that don't enforce consistency. I explained that Tailwind doesn't solve the inconsistency issue, and suggested using a component library with fixed variants, cleaning up the current CSS properties approach, or adopting CSS modules or a simple utility CSS file. I asked if I should revert the changes and try a different approach.
Yeah, what this is making me think I should do is use something like Storybook and actually make my own component library. I think that's the long term. But even then, it's such a pain in the butt because the context is so limited that it won't follow all the rules. Even if I have a component library, it'll probably just like not use it a bunch of times, even if I tell it to use it. What I was saying is that even if LLMs were completely useless, not useless, if they just always gave you the average response and that was it, it still has this rubber ducky effect where I can bounce the ideas off the average response over and over again in a way I just couldn't do before. And that lets me come to conclusions better. Because I find when I have my own ideas about this, like this would just take me longer to think about. I would have to step away from this because I would have some preconceived idea and then I'd have to step away, come back, and reevaluate. And with the LLMs, I can just reevaluate much faster because I can just keep bouncing different ways of saying something or thinking about it. Tailwind. Yeah, LLMs generate inconsistent styles, repeated classes, styles that don't match. This is what they do right now, at least for me. Tailwind doesn't solve this. The arbitrary value syntax actually makes it worse. Yeah, it's this in CSS. Component library with fixed variants. Force LLMs to use button instead of raw styles. Can't get wrong what you can't customize. True. I mean, I guess you could still get it wrong. Your current approach cleaned up. The CSS properties plus theme object was typesafe and explicit. The problem was duplication, which can be solved by extracting straight. CSS modules. Scope CSS. Simple utility CSS. For design heavy app, a component library would help me. But I mean, I agree because the way I phrased the question was saying I thought a design system was better, even though I tried to avoid it as much as I could. It's that nothing enforces consistency. Tailwind gives you infinite rope. Infinite rope. A good name for a blog post. Yeah, so I think if you're doing a design system, I don't think Tailwind's doing very much for you at all. So are we setting up Storybook? Is that what we're doing? Is that what people do today? They did 8 years ago, 6 years ago. I want to know more about why CSS modules would help. And whatever. Vanilla extract is. Yeah, I mean, I would expect that if you're a company, you're going to have a design system. So, the eventual conclusion here. Let's see what it says.
I explained CSS modules as a build time scoped CSS approach, showing how it hashes class names and outlining its benefits and drawbacks. Then I described vanilla extract as a CSS and TypeScript solution with full type safety, a recipes API for variants, and its own trade-offs. And I compared both, along with Tailwind and CSS properties, before recommending vanilla extract for the strongest guardrails against LLM drift.
This doesn't make any style. Why scoping your CSS would help with this consistency doesn't make any sense to me, because it seems like if you can scope your CSS, then you can have more inconsistency, because each component can now have its own CSS definitions for the same class names that end up getting hashed. Styles are in separate files. LLMs can't easily drift from them. You define the variants once, components just reference them. I see. I think it's saying to make a CSS component library, basically. CSS class library. IDE autocompletes on styles, separate file per component or shared files. CSS and TypeScript. Standards. It just adds type safety. With recipes. Vanilla extract with recipes. A recipe. What are a recipe? Oh, here's a recipe. Built-in variant system. Recipe. Import recipe from vanilla extract. You define base, variants, primary, secondary. And then you can create a button. Primary. I see. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. So, generally the reason you would hold off on doing a design system early on when you're building something is because you're going to change the styles a bunch. And the design system limits you and makes it harder to change styles. So I think the question is, am I happy with the overall design now? And would I want to kind of commit to this in some capacity? Obviously, you could make another design system or start over, all these types of things, but do I want to do a design system? Or do I want to just have it basically do vanilla extract with recipes and have kind of like a lazy design system where we should just like have some things extracted when you needed to extract them, when it was obvious? I like this design a lot. I think I could commit to this. One thing I think's not obvious with this design is we use a lot of emojis everywhere. And you could let people use emojis for their orgs, for their groups. But I don't know, presumably I'm gonna let people use images for their profiles. Not emojis. Everyone would have the same emoji, which would be pretty funny. But like I can let you use an emoji, or you can use your image. I don't know how this UI is gonna look if it has real images. That would need some work. I think the thing to do if you use real images would be to make them these squares, these kind of rounded squares. You could either have like an emoji with color, or you could have the rounded square. Do people use vanilla extract? I like it. At 10,000 stars. Who's the contributor? Any one of these things works. Like, there's two separate questions. One is, do you want a design system or not? And like, how far on that spectrum do you want to go? Do you want to abstract out some buttons and stuff? What I've seen most often happens when you do this stuff is people go the route of, we're not going to have any design system because it takes time and work. It's easier now than ever with LLMs, but in the past, it would take time. And so you would just skip doing a design system, which gave you a lot of flexibility. Then eventually people are like, we got 5 different buttons. And so then you're trying to kind of slowly take everything you have and put it into a design system. Or you release a new version of the app. I don't know, new versions are hard to do. But yeah, well, one thing is like kind of the spectrum on design system. Then the other one is like which specific library you use to actually apply the styles to your components. And so that's where you have things like styled or vanilla extract, or just using pure CSS styles in React, or Tailwind. That's like a totally separate question, but I do like the syntax here for the vanilla extract. I'd just like to know more about what the long-term potential is for this. Working on parcel at Atlassian. I'm from Australia. Web at SeekOA. Also from Australia. Melbourne. It's 0 runtime styles in TypeScript. CSS modules in TypeScript, but with scoped CSS. All styles generated real time. Minimal extraction over standard CSS. Locally scoped class name. Just like CSS modules, locally scoped CSS variables. I don't need locally scoped CSS. Why do locally scoped CSS variables and modules help me? It seems like they would allow me to have more inconsistency. It's 2:30. I really want to get this cleaned up today. That's kind of like my main goal, to figure out how I'm going to get this to be a maintainable thing. So one thing with the backend stuff is that it's easy with the backend stuff to do unit tests to make sure that it's not just completely breaking stuff. But my experience has been with the front end stuff. I don't have any good way to test this stuff.
Scoping only prevents class name conflicts between components and actually makes style inconsistency easier. While global design tokens, shared components, type-safe token references via vanilla extract, and linting rules are what enforce consistency. I suggested using a component library, adding stylelint rules to flag hard-coded colors, leveraging vanilla extract for compile time token safety, and providing better LLM context with the styles. MD file, noting that CSS modules alone wouldn't solve the problem.
Yeah. I don't think they solve any problem. For me, at least. Not with inconsistency. So yeah, my issue with testing, so with the LLMs, to use them quickly, you really want to have pretty good tests. And for front end, like, you can test interactions, right? And make sure that, hey, if I click this button, I still submit the request and I get the response back and something renders. But like, whether it's on the page or not in the correct spot, a lot of people might use, I mean, a lot of people, sometimes you might use snapshot testing, but then the issue with snapshot testing is that anytime you change anything, you have to change the test too. So what's the point of the snapshot? Like, the code is already telling you what it's doing, and the snapshot's just literally checking that the code is doing what it already said it was doing. So I don't think snapshot testing helps you. Unit tests, like I said, they're useful for functionality on front end, but they're not really useful for making sure the thing is working. Like, things are in the right place and you can actually get to the button. You really need like an integration test, like a spinning up a browser. And you need a lot of those, I think. And those are slow because you have to wait for everything to happen in human time. I don't have any of that set up yet. My point is that as I've been doing this stuff, it's just been breaking stuff constantly. And I have to keep making sure that things aren't broken myself. And I think the thing to do would be to start doing some integration tests once I get this refined. But yeah, first the thing is like, let me get, this is V0. So I haven't committed any of this yet, so once I'm happy with this and I feel like I have something to work from, then I can commit this and start actually figuring out the features fully and refining it. Okay, let me revert this up. Conflating two different problems. Scoping solves my class.button is component A, and component A is conflicting with button and component B. Yeah, that's not my problem at all. Scoping does not solve LLMs keep writing inconsistent styles across components. If anything, scoping makes inconsistency easier. Yes. I don't understand. It was literally telling me the opposite in the previous thing until I told it that I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Now it's just agreeing with me. What actually enforces consistency? Global design tokens. You already have this with text, text primary, accent, etc. This is the right foundation. Shared components. Instead of styling buttons everywhere, have one button component. LMs can't mess up the styles if they can't write styles. Type safety on token references. This is the only thing vanilla extract adds that matters for your problem, not scoping, but this. Yeah. Because the CSS variables, you might reference a CSS variable that doesn't exist. So vanilla extract gives me the type safety on the CSS variables, which is nice. This. Git commits. These were unrelated changes because I have a feeling it's going to reset the history ahead. Component library. Yeah, it's just so funny how hard of a trade-off there is here. Where as soon as you do a component library, you limit your ability to quickly iterate on styles. It's just like adding tests. Just a hard trade-off. As soon as you add tests now, you're gonna, like, you want to basically, I think is you want to, when you're prototyping this stuff, is you want to spend as long as you can, reasonably, just iterating as fast as possible, until you really figure out what you like or what your users want. So you can imagine for this, like, I can implement a design system, I can implement great tests, and then I just find out like half the features people don't want and they're using one specific feature. Now I got to rip everything out and everything I spend time on. They don't even use those features. And that's why all that kind of stuff is annoying. And like refactoring this stuff is obviously harder when you have the test. Like you just have to rip it out entirely. Refactoring becomes hard because now you have to refactor the tests too. So same thing with the design system. Hard trade-off. The thing that's been pretty exciting for me is that before the LLMs, or before, I guess, Opus 4.5, I would have just definitely skipped most of this because I just wouldn't be able to do it in a day. It would take me a week to do a design system or something. But now it's like I can do a design system in a day, so potentially it's actually viable to do that, right? I mean, I designed this whole thing in a day and a half. And I mean, there's just no way I could have done that in a day and a half before. So now if I want to spend a day and a half making it more reliable, that's a reasonable amount of time to spend. You're not looking too far into the future, so I'm pretty excited about how high quality of apps you can build if you take your time. If you don't take your time, you can produce a bunch of apps that, you know, the buttons don't work. But I'm excited about high quality stuff. Okay, your global CSS variables are okay, blah, blah, blah. Violent. Extract the buttons. Flag hard-coded, yeah, style int rules. I agree. Are people still using Storybook mostly for component libraries? Or visualizing component libraries? It would be nice to have Storybook, because then I could iterate on the components. And when I work with Claude Code, I could take it to just that page for the component. We could focus on that, and I would know how it's going to look on the other pages. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. I really like doing Storybook early for that reason. Yes, Storybook is still the dominant tool, but there's growing fatigue around it.
Remains popular. Its mature ecosystem, visual regression testing integrations, documentation generation, and design collaboration, while also noting its drawbacks like slow startup, complex configuration, stale stories, and the need for a separate build system. I described emerging alternatives such as Ladle, Histoire, a simple TypeScript JSX, /dev/components, page inside the app, and Figma with code generation, and I recommended the in-app dev route for better LLM consistency and smaller teams. I concluded that Storybook is best for large teams needing independent design browsing or visual regression testing, but can be overkill for smaller teams.
So it's just saying to build your own component page. Not opposed to that. Let me see what this ladle thing. Demo. Very simple. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I would use this instead of just building my own. See what the Storybook looks like these days.
I explained that Ladle automatically discovers story files, generates a sidebar, isolates rendering, and offers add-ons, but a DIY page works immediately, has no extra dependency, runs components in the real app context with providers and routing, and gives full layout control, making it simpler to maintain. I also provided a TypeScript JSX example of a dev components page that renders button and avatar components, and suggested adding a root at dev/components to expose it.
Okay, can you make Make a plan to make a plan. Make a plan to implement vanilla extract. Style rules styles.md and our own custom component library. Vanilla extract / recipe style and rules styles MD and our own custom component library plus pages. I think we should set the component library up in a way that it would be easy to use Storybook one day if we need. We're going to run out of context. So go ahead and make that plan and tasks, and we'll compact. Be fun. I feel like it's improved slightly. Tone down the background color, change the logo, change the font. Yeah. Yes, this is the thing with Storybook. It suffers from this thing where they tried to add every possible thing. Like, I thought a Storybook is just a nice little UI for displaying your components, but then they added all this stuff so that you could do testing in it, and like plugins you could hook into your stuff so you could add data into your components.
Edit vanilla extract component library plan document.
Alright, I'm happy about this. It'll be fun. You get the component library done today, get the stuff all organized, feel good about it, get some consistency. Then we can refine stuff. I'd really like more test data. I may do that. It's just, I hesitate to add a bunch of test data because every single time we change the structure of the posts, we have to update all the test data, which uses a bunch of tokens. Of course, I could maybe do it myself or something, but
Extract component library plan in a markdown file, and then created a series of TypeScript tasks to set up vanilla extract with a Vite plugin. Define a light-dark theme contract. Build button, card, avatar, and badge components using recipes. Add a UI barrel export. Create a development components gallery page, and migrate the sidebar to use the new components,
do we
while also
need
setting
to
up styling
clean up
labels
the
and writing a
stuff?
styles. MD documentation file. I updated several tasks to record their dependency relationships, and listed the final task order.
Vite.
I explained that the recent Tailwind changes added Tailwind CSS, a Vite plugin, and related imports, and that a full revert would restore a clean slate for the vanilla extract setup, which will replace the theme contract and recipe styles. I noted that the transition fix in the layout will be handled by vanilla extract component styles. Want me to do the revert? I reverted the modified files in the app/happy.groups directory, removed several new untracked files, and confirmed a clean state. After accidentally deleting the original styles folder, I restored it from the repository and verified that the directory is clean again. I'm ready to begin the vanilla extract implementation.
One thing I've been debating about is if events and photos, when you're looking at someone's profile, should they just show up in photos and events? Then it kind of raises the question too, on your feed, would you want to be able to filter by just photos or events? And so should posts, even though everything's a post, should posts be their own thing? Feed and events, sort of everywhere you see them. So if you're on someone's profile, you could see all of them separately. If you were on your feed, you could see all of them separately. Because you can do that on groups right now. And on profile. But then the other thing is that when I made everything post, the event shows up in the feed as well as in the events, which I think is good. I think that's what you want. On profile, it feels a little bit. Because you can like see what events they're attending, but then posts, it shows you what events they created. I think. Yeah, I think it's what event. It would just show you what events they create. I guess they're slightly different. So. I'm not looking forward to the. Go ahead and get started. Ask as many questions as you need to as they come up. That's pretty funny. This is relatively new. You have tasks
Permission
blocked by other
requested.
tasks.
Command to install vanilla
I
extract
think I've seen that.
packages in happy groups.
Maybe yesterday, but. npm add. One thing I noticed when I was looking at this on mobile is that it's very easy to get lost because I don't have a secondary header. Add specific things. Add secondary header on mobile and maybe desktop. So when you scroll down, I've thought about this quite a bit as it's been designed, which is that you have the group you're in, or like if you're on someone's profile, right? You see their profile. When you scroll down, whose profile am I looking at now? Like you don't know. And if you keep clicking between things and scrolling, you can very easily get lost. And so I think a good thing here would be to have a secondary header, something a little bit thinner than the main header, because you don't want to use up too much vertical space. But it would show you like which profile you're on as you scroll down, or which group you're on. Or if you're on your feed, it would show you. would basically crossfade into their secondary head. I think other apps have it.
Permission requested. Command to create UI component directories.
It's fairly clean to not have it. But yeah, as I was like just clicking around some of this stuff, I noticed that I was just getting lost. Like I have no idea what group I'm on right now or where I am. Because I think that's a big difference between like a lot of the other apps, is that this app is kind of designed for you to really click around a lot. Click on people's profiles, go from a profile to one of their posts, go to one of the events. When you're clicking around a lot, you can just get lost. Whereas like if you just have a single feed and you can kind of just go to someone's profile and then back to the feed, it's not as big of a deal. Let's see what it's coming up with over here. Badge props, badge variant. Good. This is the thing people don't think about. So, like, if I had been doing a lot of front-end stuff in the last few years, I probably would have just already thought to do this initially, and it wouldn't have cost very much time, and I wouldn't have this sort of slight refactor phase. Luckily, I have enough front-end experience I can make some judgment calls once I think about it and see the issues. But I think it's important to recognize, like, once you're in an area that you don't have much depth in, you just can't make the judgment calls, and you're basically wandering down a random path
Permission
with...
requested. Command to remove old component files.
And you're basically walking down a random path with the LLM. Which is, I mean, as long as you're kind of guiding it a little bit, you can maybe go down a path that's valuable still. I'm interested to see, like, doing the design here. It makes me think about how different UIs are going to look in the next 5 years or so, 5-6 years. Because there's just going to be a lot more ability for small companies to do interesting things with UI. Like, I don't even think anything's particularly interesting here. I think it's just fairly clean. And, yeah, basically the large companies will have to copy it, otherwise their apps are going to look very outdated. So I think in the next 5-6 years, old apps will, or I think it'll look a lot like how in the early 2000s and late 90s, there were a lot of those sort of lamp stack apps, which were just static HTML pages back when like Dreamweaver existed and stuff. And then like, if you look at a website designed in the early 2000s versus say like the early 2010s when React was created, there's just a huge difference in their functionality and design and UI and stuff. And so I think we'll see a similar thing in the next 5-10 years. You see the AI companies, then no one will be doing development in 5 years. But
Permission
skip
requested.
so.
Ask user question about stylant setup for the Happy Groups project.
Do minimal stylant. I'll be right back. I gotta go get some water.
Permission requested. Command to install stylant packages. theme contract in a new TypeScript file, created several UI components such as button, card, avatar, and badge with vanilla extract recipes, and set up a component gallery page. I migrated the sidebar component to vanilla extract, removed its theme and its dark props in the layout TypeScript JSX file, built the project successfully, marked the task as completed, and documented the new and modified files along with the key benefits.
Had to go flip my batteries on for a minute. Working. Let's see. Could use links. Right now it's not using links everywhere, it's using I don't know what they call these. Basically it's just using JS, so I can't like open up a new tab holding command because I did not make those. And can we go to the design out?
Permission requested. Command to start development server.
Server. front end design. Can you make a look at diff for the to see the changes we made? Added vanilla extract started to make a design system. The current designs aren't really matching what we have. You can use Playwright MCP to get us of and compare to localhost, which is all separately. Can you add any missing? Make our design system. At silence E, this actually is integrated into
I explained that stylelint is installed as a dev dependency, but isn't integrated into the linting workflow, showing that the current lint script only runs prettier and easelint. I suggested adding a lint, stylelint script and updating the main lint script to include it, and noted that the config ignores */*, TS files, and there are no plain CSS files, so stylelint may have limited usefulness in this project.
the idea is we want to lint against setting properties correctly. Look at style. Correctly?
I identified that the config ignores all CSS, TS files, so stylelint never lints your vanilla extract styles, and I explained that stylelint cannot parse those TypeScript-generated CSS files, offering alternatives such as relying on TypeScript checks, adding an easelint rule, or removing stylelint entirely. Would you like me to remove stylelint, config, and dependency, or create an easelint rule to enforce var's usage in CSS, TS files? Permission requested. Command to test new EaseLint rules in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to check for hard-coded color violations. Permission requested. Command to test hard-coded color detection using EaseLint.
I'm not a fan of where
Permission
it
requested.
re-exports
Command to check for
everything a
errors
bunch
in
of
CSS
times.
TypeScript files. I removed the duplicate toggle export from the form elements export in the TypeScript index file, keeping the original export from toggle and updating the export list accordingly.
The fuck? I search the codebase for hashtag patterns and read the taglink TypeScript JSX, taglist TypeScript JSX, tags page TypeScript JSX, and tag page TypeScript JSX files. I explained that the current tag design is very minimal, showing only muted text. How would you like the hashtags to look? Accent colored inline, subtle pill background, underline style, or bold bright? And should the tags page and tag page be more visual or stay minimal? The fuck did it just?
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, no, no.
I edited the layout TypeScript JSX file to add a tag link, hover rule that reduces opacity, making hashtags use the accent color with a subtle hover effect. I inspected the project for existing hover styles and confirmed the new rule integrates with the global styling. I explained that the hashtags now stand out with the warm accent color while staying minimal. Permission requested. Command to check hard-coded colors in specific. I edited the taglink TypeScript component and the layout TypeScript component, updating import statements and CSS snippets, and then I reverted both files. Permission requested. Command to verify hard-coded colors in CSS files. Permission requested. Command to get lint summary.
Oh, we got some lint rules.
Permission requested. Command to check ease lint error details. I edited the JavaScript file slint/design system. JS to add a guard that skips nodes without a proper identifier or literal key. Then I ran ease-lint on the toggle CSS TypeScript and input CSS TypeScript files to confirm both hard-coded colors were detected. I also ran the full lint script, removed the stylolint configuration and its dependencies, and observed 2 hard-coded color errors, 779 inline style warnings, and 4 unrelated TypeScript errors. I explained that the inline style warnings are non-blocking and will help surface technical debt as the project migrates to vanilla extract.
We're starting to migrate to the design system. Take a look and I think it should have the same background. We use, and we should
Permission requested. Command to start dev server and test for errors. Verify that the dev components page loads at http://localhost 5173/dev/components. Then I added a proper header bar with the Happy Groups logo and theme toggle button, floating animated background shapes, a centered hero section titled Design System, navigation pills for quick section jumps, and refine the overall layout with better spacing and visual hierarchy to match the app's warm, peachy background. Permission requested. Command to check TypeScript errors in the Kiwi app. I edited the dev components page TypeScript JSX file to add global CSS variables for the theme toggle component, cleaned up unused imports, and updated the dev components page CSS TypeScript file to simplify the shimmer style. Then I ran TypeScript compilation commands in the Happy Groups project and confirmed the code compiled cleanly. I explained that these changes fixed dark mode handling with the use-adjusted color hook, corrected floating shape sizes, and added inline header styles so the page now matches the main app's background and theme colors.
Yep. So I'm having it add links on the left here. And then I don't have all this stuff on one page. It's gonna take quite a bit of time to get this all re-implemented into the design system.
the dev layout CSS TypeScript file to change the sidebar width, add flex layout and gap, and adjust the navigation section margins. And I edited the dev layout TypeScript JSX file to remove the inline background style from the sidebar. I then ran the TypeScript compiler to verify the project still builds. I explained that the sidebar now has a transparent background matching the main app, with consistent hover and active states, while the mobile drawer retains its background. I read the cascading style sheet's TypeScript file to check the stacking order. Then I updated the header style to use a z-index of 200, adjusted the mobile overlay comment, and changed the mobile drawer style so its z-index is 150. I explained that this fixes the stacking order so the header stays on top, the drawer appears above the overlay, and the overlay sits behind both. I moved the mobile drawer out of the layout div and updated the dev layout TypeScript file accordingly, so it now shares the same stacking context as the overlay. And I explained that the header has a z-index of 200, the mobile drawer 150, and the mobile overlay 100, ensuring the layers stack correctly.
There we go.
I updated the layout style by removing the fixed max width and centering margin, adjusted the sidebar style to keep its existing properties, and changed the main content style to use a full width with a maximum of 760 pixels and an automatic right margin, which now centers the main area while placing the sidebar to its left. I edited the dev layout CSS TypeScript file to add a comment and adjust the sidebar style, so it hides when the viewport cannot fit the sidebar, 200 pixels, plus the gap, 24 pixels, plus the main area, 760 pixels, which I rounded to a breakpoint of 1000 pixels. I also updated the menu button style and the mobile drawer and overlay styles in the same file to show and activate at the same 1000 pixel breakpoint. I explained that the sidebar now hides, the menu button appears, and the mobile drawer and overlay activate when the screen width is less than or equal to 1000. I edited the dev layout CSS TypeScript file to add a media query for screens up to 1000 pixels wide, inserting margin left auto and margin right auto so the main content centers when the sidebar hides. Scrollbar gutter, stable to the HTML element in the dev layout TypeScript file, which reserves space for the scrollbar and keeps the layout from shifting. removed the box shadow properties from the active state definitions in the sidebar CSS TypeScript file, and from the navigation item style in the dev layout CSS TypeScript file, making all navigation items flat. I read the sidebar CSS file and the sidebar TypeScript component to verify the styles. Then I edited the sidebar TypeScript file to remove the box shadow from the home button's inline style and from the active group items inline style. I edited the layout TypeScript file to remove the box shadow from the invite button, and I also edited the events view TypeScript file and the photos view TypeScript file to remove the box shadows from the create event button and the upload button, respectively. I noted that the share button did not have a box shadow. explained that the share button style in layout TypeScript does not include a box shadow, only a background and border radius, and pointed out that the postcards themselves have a light mode shadow of 02px12px occulch 000/0.06, asking if that might be the shadow the user is seeing. I edited the utilities TypeScript file to remove the accent shadow from the primary button definition and updated the color settings panel component to keep the background using the accent gradient without shadows. I ran grep searches to confirm no remaining box shadow references to accent shadow across the source tree and listed all the components where box shadows were removed, making every button flat.
All this prompt engineering is gonna give me carpal tunnel. Get down.
Permission requested. Ask user questions about layout system and design system approach.
What is sprinkles? Sprinkles. Like Tailwind. Type safe. Dynamic theme-driven style pro. Let's see. Rainbow sprinkles works similarly to vanilla extract / sprinkles. Generate a static set of custom utility classes and compose them together. What's this? Define properties from sprinkles. Responsive properties, color properties. Components get prompts like after the sidebar, Which area should we complete next to validate the What's missing? ESLint rule. Like hard-coded pixel values. Warn when similar stuff. Do all of them. Probably not the right thing to do, but
Permission requested. Ask user questions about breakpoints, Sprinkle's API, and postcards migration.
Hmm. Eight. Just submitted the cancellation request. You need to buy a hard drive. hours. Last name. I don't want rapper dude. Rapper dude solve problems. Single component with any copy what? Run to the bathroom.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Yeah, okay, it has the P.
Permission requested. Command to install vanilla extract sprinkles package.
Right. Mobile drawer has it. Too much stuff. Isn't the home button just... Even when I'm trying to have it abstract this stuff, it's still just... I'll let it finish what it's doing, and then both of these things can get to do it right. None of it. Sprinkle. Safe. This is how we get find every single thing, possible thing.
Permission requested. Command to test EaseLint rules.
Design system's not great. It's not using any of our UI components yet for the sidebar. The sidebar doesn't seem to be using.
I added 3 new EaseLint rules to the design system JavaScript file
UI
and
component.
updated the EaseLint configuration JavaScript file to enable them. Then verify the rules with a lint run and a final TypeScript type check, marking the task as completed. I also finished the design system migration
The
by
entire
installing the
point
vanilla
of
extract
this
sprinkles package,
is
creating a
to
sprinkles TypeScript file, migrating the
pull
sidebar component to
common
use generated
things
styles, and building a
into
new
the design
postcard component
system.
hierarchy with TypeScript
And then
JSX
use
files
that
and associated style recipes.
as much as possible 5. You're right. Let me check what you like. Also create any component. Design. Build system. Use systems. Oh, that's good. Sidebar. styles in our
I created a group badge component with its TypeScript JSX and CSS TypeScript files and added it to the UI index. Then refactored post header to use avatar, clickable username, group badge, and button components, while updating post actions to use button. I also updated the sidebar to use nav item and section label components, removing all inline styles. Finally, I ran the TypeScript compiler and confirmed that all types passed.
many freaking styles. Item. Obviously, groups, bit more. The started group, a different color, different background, outline. Oops. All of the gray. The home button was white thick, but it had to be orange. Primary group. Make some tab to investigate. But before you do that, to make first task, update the plan to make sure that it includes the idea that we're trying to build as much as we can with our design system.
Permission requested. Command to find the design system migration plan. Permission requested. Command to find plan path in transcript.
Okay, gotta go feed the ant.
Created a design system markdown and edited the navitem CSS TypeScript and navitem TypeScript JSX files to add an active shadow, enforce a consistent medium emoji size, and added a wrapper style with top margin for the Start a Group button in the sidebar CSS TypeScript and sidebar TypeScript JSX files. I then ran the TypeScript compiler to verify types and marked all related tasks as completed.
Alright. Summary. Created a plan. It did not fix it. The fixed state shadow. Did it fix this? Nope. That didn't do anything. Fixed emoji size. Let's see. What do I even say? None of it's right? Is that what I say? Nope. The nav items are still missing the border radius, and the home button is not using the orange gradient background, and they start a group is not using the gray background. All the text colors are wrong from what they were before, and the starter group is missing the dashed border. We need to compact, so just make some tasks to investigate. You can reference the design in the design layout because it has the design. I need to go get the water off the kettle.
Permission requested. Command to build happy groups and verify nav item changes compile. Permission requested. Command to start happy groups dev server in the background.
I love having to tell it every 5 minutes when I have to compact that the dev server's already ready. AGI for 3 minutes at a time.
I updated the nav item CSS TypeScript file to use a consistent medium radius, split the dashed border into separate width, style, and color properties, and correct the text colors for ghost, item, and dashed variants. I also added a compound variant for the active home button that applies an orange gradient background, white text, and an accent shadow, and simplified the transition to all 0.15 seconds
You
ease.
didn't fucking do anything. What are you talking about? Amazing how bad this is. I'm not seeing the border radius, and the home button doesn't have the background. Neither does start a group. And the background should be a lighter gray. Also, all the font colors are wrong. Sidebar. You can use Playwright MCP to burn all your tokens. To check localhost and compare to which has the font colors, background color, and border. See the production sidebar. Now let me check the local version. Um. Who's all I wanted was a little design system. I should have started with the design system. I mean, doing this shows me that fixing your AI code is impossible. Like, I mean, if I were in like an actual project that people were actively working on and I was trying to fix this to like build a design system, this would be so painfully slow. I should have done this the right way in the first place. Oh, it's getting closer.
Permission requested. Command to rebuild and apply theme class fix.
The padding is just... The hover color is completely wrong. The padding is wrong. The hover color on home should be... There shouldn't be any hover color on home. Hover, what is that? Hover background color home. Right now, the hover background is. Yeah, let me see. All of them need a little bit more padding to match. Seems like they all need a bit different padding in production head. Let me look at what really for the sidebar. That's really yeah. So then we end up with just this clean sidebar with nav item. It's like a person wrote it. Yeah, and we don't have any crazy styles. And now we have that lint rule to block inline styles. I don't know if we block class names. No, we don't block. That's the same. Looks the same.
Permission requested. Command to rebuild with padding and hover fixes.
You don't need to rebuild, they're already built. We need to get rid of that accent shadow. Start a group has a slightly bigger. That's fine. I don't know. This is cool. I want to get rid of that hover effect.
I edited the nav item CSS TypeScript file to replace the style blocks for the ghost and primary variants, removing the box shadow from the active home button, and noted that the development server will automatically pick up the change.
Almost have one section converted over. Now let's see what this actually. Yeah, so we end up with a class. It's nice to have the classes instead of inline styles, because even when, like, if someone's using your app and they, I mean, this is a really uncommon thing, but they can apply custom styles to the class names, and when you use it inline styles, it's so much harder, and they can target stuff if they're trying to automate things. Or okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Is there any cleanup we need to do? I think we need to start using this setup, start using this component in the design layout now. Yes. Yeah, this is so much cleaner.
Explained that dev layout TypeScript file should use the nav item component instead of its own navigation styles. That mobile drawer TypeScript file has similar navigation buttons that need to be refactored to use nav item, and that 6 completed investigation tasks can be cleaned up. I recommended cleaning up the completed tasks now, refactoring mobile drawer next, and later making nav item polymorphic and adding a soft variant for dev layout. Want me to refactor mobile drawer to use nav item now, or would you prefer to tackle that separately?
Is mobile drawer even used anymore? I think we're trying to avoid it. I know I have one design system that we're using, and there we're fine with it because it's a page. We tried to use mobile drawer for the main app at some point. Did we do it? Use it for the dev page. I wonder if it's used. Yeah, it's not used anywhere. Should we move it? Make something. Back. The page news. We have a similar right side drawer that the chats use, but that's a little unique because the drawer shows hiding heads depending on the width of the screen, and it's replaced the full. Alright.
I explained that mobile drawer is dead code because it is exported but never imported, and the main layout TypeScript file does not use it. I recommended deleting it since it is unused. The app uses a bottom tab bar instead of a drawer. Dev layout already includes its own drawer styles, and the chat panels have unique responsive behavior that wouldn't fit a generic drawer. I asked if you would like me to remove it.
Go ahead and remove.
Permission requested. Command to verify build after removing mobile drawer.
Oh, stop. Hey, relax.
I deleted the unused mobile drawer TypeScript component and removed its export from the layout index file, then ran the build to confirm everything still compiles. I also fixed the nav item component's border radius, padding, hover states, and text colors,
Make nav item
and added a
polymorph.
vanilla extract theme class to the layout TypeScript file so theme CSS variables work. I asked if there's anything else you'd like to clean up.
A soft. There's so many things that need to happen, it's hard to even figure out how to have it prioritize things because it can't possibly keep track of all. The one thing is I want to get rid of this pop-up effect on the base buttons or whatever it is. It's changing.
Permission requested. Command to build and check for
Wonder how
TypeScript
much
errors.
different the design's gonna look once once it's all consistent. Like I wonder if it's even noticeable. It might just be sort of like a subliminal conscious thing. The main thing for me is that it will make it easier to make slight changes across the entire app instead of right now like we're having to go between different pages.
Permission
This doesn't
requested.
match that.
Command to build and check for TypeScript errors.
I think this effect is actually this is actually base styles for the page. I like that. Too much
Permission
code.
requested. Command to verify build after cleanup.
Something on button. Yeah, this is what. Button active scale? Make it smaller?
I enhanced the nav item component to be polymorphic within its property, added a soft variant with a light accent background for active items, and fixed its padding,
that's so much better.
sizing, and hover states. I added a vanilla extract theme class to the layout TypeScript file, refactored dev layout TypeScript to use nav item and section label
You
components,
gotta make the
removed the
buttons.
unused mobile drawer TypeScript file and obsolete navigation styles, which reduced the CSS by about 0.7 kilobytes.
7.7 kilobytes. I don't even know what to do now. Get too much free capacity. Okay, not sliding up and down. So much. Now we need to fix the fact that buttons rough a tag, because most of the use any keyboard shortcuts you think open a new tab. Not clear where a button to take you. We don't have to worry about the entire app. All of app's buttons right now, because we're going to migrate that all to the design system. But we should make our design system do this properly. Sidebar currently uses button with on click.
Permission requested. Command to build and verify link changes.
Wait, shouldn't this be part of the nav item button? I think we have to specify the link every place. Doing. Your food. Peanut butter later. You're right. It was every single three. Ridiculous. The component should automatically render as a link when given a 2 or each. Proper links. Yeah, need to. Oh yeah, properly.
Permission requested. Command to build and verify all changes.
Yeah, so that's what we've switched to. We've switched from sort of a bouncing out cover. Definitely prefer that.
I edited the sidebar TypeScript file to remove the unused link import and adjust the component signature. Then updated the dev layout TypeScript file to replace the as equals link pattern with a direct to prop. Re-added the link import for the logo link and modified the navitem CSS TypeScript file to include a text decoration of none. After making those changes, I ran the npm build command to verify everything compiled. And I explained that navitem now automatically renders as a React router link for internal navigation, a native anchor for external links, or a button for actions, eliminating the need for as equals link everywhere.
So the dev layout is up, come on. Up. Yeah.
I updated dev layout to use the nav item component with a to property and a soft variant, and I removed the unused nav styles from the dev layout CSS TypeScript file, deleting nav item active, nav icon, nav label, and nav section title. Now both the main sidebar and dev layout share the same nav item component from the design system, using ghost or item variants for the main app and soft for the dev layout.
Move. This is a problem. So now we should get what do we already have in the design system? Are we missing good?
examined the postcard components and noted that avatar, button, group badge, and clickable username are already used from the design system, while the card component is not used and could be unified. And I suggested abstracting repeated patterns into action button, timestamp, media container, and icon button components.
Already using
Should
the
postcard
design
use the existing card component, or is the postcard recipe fine since it's post-specific? The action button pattern, like comment share, is this used elsewhere or only in posts? The profile group badge and post header, TSX, is quite custom. Should it stay post-specific or become a design system component?
To someone, and they're saying front ends are hard to test for this AI stuff, the LLM stuff. So they're getting more okay with CLI tools things instead of front ends, just because it's so hard to do front ends. They're saying it'd be funny to do CLI.
I wrote the plan file at home/Jordan/Garside/Kiwi Research/Kiwi/app/happy.groups/plan postcard design system. Markdown, outlining the findings, recommended implementation order, and key decision for the postcard design system. Want me to start implementing action button, or would you like to discuss the plan first?
Create the detailed task.
created a series of tasks to build new UI components like action button, timestamp, media container, and to refactor existing components, organizing them into phased groups with explicit dependencies. I explained the task hierarchy and confirmed we're ready to start with the action button component.
A little up. Go ahead. Get if
Permission requested. Command to check TypeScript types.
buttons. Take a
Navitem TypeScript CSS file to import keyframes and global style, added a wiggle keyframes animation, and a global hover rule targeting the Navitem base class, and created a Navitem emoji hover marker class. Then, I updated the Navitem TypeScript JSX component to import this new class and apply it to the emoji span. And finally, I ran the build command to confirm the changes compiled successfully and restored the emoji wiggle effect on hover.
Item. Seven. Check. Timestamp. Code.
I refactored the Navitem TypeScript and TypeScript JSX files to use the vanilla extract child selector pattern, removing the marker class and hover class and updating the imports in JSX accordingly. I added a global style rule that targets the child emoji when the parent Navitem is hovered, using the recipe class namespace properties, and then ran the build to confirm it succeeded. I explained that this approach is cleaner because it avoids extra classes, requires no JSX changes, and follows the recommended vanilla extract API.
Keyframes animation to the top. Global style targeting. Styled impairment. The summary.
I created the
Action
new
button.
UI components action button, timestamp, and profile group badge. Refactor the post actions TypeScript JSX, event postcard TypeScript JSX, and post header TypeScript JSX files to use these components, and cleaned up the postcard CSS TypeScript file while confirming the design system page works correctly. Would you like me to? 1. Add action button documentation to the dev design system pages. 2. Continue with the remaining tasks, 6 card audit, 8 media container. 3, or are you satisfied with the current state?
Never even noticed. All right. Do you think that all of the posts should use the I have a bunch of different types of posts. I don't think they all use the card. But they should, because if I want to change the styling of the box shadow or anything.
I explained that the card component provides generic primitive variants, while postcard adds semantic variants and built-in interactivity, and I recommended adding an interactive prop to card to handle cursor and hover effects. I also suggested updating postcard to compose card by mapping its variants to card's padding and shadow props, and offered to implement those changes.
The key difference is card is postcard has I think posts add an postcard initially variants. Cursor plus hover. There have a cursor hover effect? Oh, do cards themselves have? What do you mean cursor hover effect? Do the cards have that? Do the posts? Okay. Postcard recipe, cursor, pointer. It lifts it up 1 pixel. Of that. Okay. So I don't like the translate effect. We should get rid of this. But we do need to account for the fact that a card can link somewhere. We should probably do the same thing with the buttons. Buttons where the cards can have a to prop, and that makes them interactive. The lift effect should be more of a card that box shadow effect increase to look like it's lifting slightly. Postcard. These are all inline styles. Unplug. Where is postcard being used right now? I don't see. Are the feet using postcard? Yes, we have different versions. Full version. Profile. Have we migrated all those to design system components? Ones are not lifted.
I explained that the project currently has an old system of individual postcard components that still receive inline styles and are used across the feed, group, tag, profile, post detail, and events views, while a new unified postcard with vanilla extract styles exists but isn't wired up anywhere. I proposed adding a to prop to the card component to make it a link, changing its hover effect from a translate Y transform to an increased box shadow, having the new postcard use this card internally, and then migrating the pages from the old components to the new system, offering to start by updating card, then wiring postcard, and finally migrating a page such as feed page to verify it works.
Okay. This is going to take quite a bit. Let's see. So, text postcard, photo postcard, video postcard, poll postcard, and event postcard. Receive a smells prompt. New system. This is interesting. We can have a single post component that, you know, is the text postcard, photo postcard, video postcard. I'm trying to think, if you were fetching data, you would want to have, I think, a single postcard. And then that postcard would switch what it is, depending on the feed. So you'd have like a feed API. And that feed API would give you down a bunch of different types of things that are all post datas. And so you'll need a postcard eventually that can handle all the different variants. Because they may internally use different types of things, but yeah, you do want this kind of generic postcard thing. To prop change hover from box shed. Have postcard use card in create a plan and
I explained a 4-phase migration plan to update the card component with a T prop and shadow hover refactor postcard to use the new card internally. Replace all individual postcard imports across feed page, group page, tag page, profile page, post detail page, and other components with a unified postcard. And then clean up by deleting the old postcard components and related layout styles.
just want to know why they're in it. Then you just have the link in one place, instead of having to have the link everywhere you render the post. Because we do render the posts in a couple different places. We render them on the groups feed, on your home feed, and also on the profile. So it would be annoying to have to pass in URL. Which one? Man, I really want to do some stuff to make things better with the UI, but I'm really holding off until I have this all cleaned up into a design system, because things are getting out of hand. Really does feel like you're clean. Oh. Something's broken. I knew it would happen. Break all else. Cover effect. Scroll you up. In there. Feels like it made this. Except for the names are not. They should be black. That's the thing I found with Claude Code is it's always trying to, or whatever, Opus 4.5, it's always trying to add way too much color to the point where it's completely distracting from the actual content on the page. Like it added color here, it added color. Whatever. To me now the names stand out more than the profile. Add the layout shifts depending on the type of post. This is the compact layout for the posts. It looks like it's actually keeping the matching what they were before. I ran out of 8% left. Or how many tokens? 10%. I think I like this sort of flat design. We have two sort of types of flat design here. We have the sort of background, no box layout. We have the flat card, and then we have the sort of hovering card. I think this all goes together pretty well. But I could imagine doing design without having these hovering, so it would be completely flat. I might try that. Now that we have the design system, it's pretty easy to try. Migrate remaining pages to unified postcard. Create media container. Guess I don't have to wait. Self. Update these cards to use no box shadow. And now they're flat. Yeah, I don't like them flat. I think on dark mode I actually have them flat. On dark mode it's fine. But now that they're flat, it just feels like they don't stand out as much. And the whole point is to make them... The attention should be on the content. I could imagine reducing the box shadow a little bit though. That's pretty cool. Dang, I can't copy this because it uses CSS variables. Oh, this just got stuck. Impacting. Postcard. When you look at theme, we want to bring down chat. Can we copy go and have hard.
Permission requested. Command to check if dev server starts.
Server is already.
I replaced the shadow definitions in the TypeScript theme file with Tailwind-style layered shadows for both light and dark modes, then ran a pnpm build to confirm the changes. I explained that Tailwind uses dual shadows with negative spread and lower opacity to achieve a tighter, more realistic depth compared to the previous more diffuse shadows.
See in at some kind of re-export the shadows. What is the reason? And do we have to do this type of thing at
I inspected
place?
the photo post page TypeScript file, listed the post's component directory, and marked task 15 as completed, deleting the old text postcard, photo postcard, video postcard, poll postcard, and event postcard components, and updating the layout TypeScript file and the index export to use the unified postcard component from the design system. I reorganized the post's directory to contain a single postcard component with its header, actions, and content variants, and confirmed that the TypeScript code compiles without errors. The next pending task is to create the media container component. I explained that the card component uses a variant API so consumers can choose a shadow size via prop, and I described why this pattern is helpful for providing a constrained API, ensuring type safety, and offering semantic abstraction. I also clarified when to expose a variant versus hard, coding a style, or using utilities, and gave an example showing a badge component that omits a shadow variant because it never needs a shadow.
Zero. It's a variant API that lets consumers of the card component choose a shadow size. There's not. Card exposes shadow. Because card legitimately needs different shadow levels. Prompt and pass. I guess you need it to be. Why do we have? By all of these as variants when the I want to avoid this re-exporting. There will be so many components that need to do this. And you can see in almost every single one of these cases, it's the same. Where it's just using all of them, and so there's just going to be so much extra code.
I explained that vanilla extract sprinkles lets you define a property to value map once and automatically generate utility classes, and I confirmed that you already have a sprinkles TypeScript file with a box shadow mapping and a shorthand. I clarified that the card component still defines its own shadow variants because it needs compound variants for interactive hover behavior and an explicit component API. I then outlined 3 approaches, keeping the recipe variants, using sprinkles only, or a hybrid solution, detailing their usage and trade-offs.
There's not some way to hard shadow LG and then use that as a sprinkle inside of card component. Be in the card. Pretty sure this is.
I explained how to refactor the card component by importing sprinkles from the CSS file and updating the card TypeScript file to use sprinkles for the shadow property while keeping other variants in the recipe. And I showed the changes needed in the card CSS TypeScript file to remove the shadow variant from the recipe and retain the interactive hover shadow logic. I also offered to apply this refactor for you.
Oh, this is complicated. Oh. How does this work? So you create a recipe, the user passes prompt, which that can be overridden. No, it's not over. What is the order that they... Weird. Okay. We'll just keep it now. Now, do implement Tailwind. Stock.
the theme CSS TypeScript file to add an excess shadow entry and replace the existing SM, MD, LG, and accent entries with a new excess definition. And I updated the sprinkles CSS TypeScript file to reference the excess shadow variable. I then ran a pnpm build to verify the changes, confirming that the excess shadow is defined as 0.1 pixel 2 pixel 0 occulch with 5% opacity for light mode and 10% opacity for dark mode.
I don't see any difference. Ew.
I read a segment of the theme CSS TypeScript file and then updated the small shadow opacity values, changing them from 0.1 to 0.14 and 0.12. I edited the theme CSS TypeScript file at home/jordangarside/kiwi/apps/kiwi/app/happygroups/src/styles/theme CSS TS and replaced the small shadow definition with new values, increasing the offset and blur to make it closer to the medium shadow.
I see. Now it makes postcard must be setting it. Yep. That was the case. Back here. Yeah, it's not strong enough. Hard.
edited the theme CSS TypeScript file and changed the MD shadow values, reducing the offset and blur from 04px 6px minus 1px occulge, 000/0.1, 02px 4px minus 2px occulge, 000/0.1, to 03px 5px minus 1px occulge, 000/0.1, 02px 3px minus 2px occulge, 000/0.1. This adjustment aligns the MD progression with SM at 01px 3px, 01px 2px, and LG at 010px 15px, 04px 6px.
Effect. What I like about the smaller shadow is that with all the other content, it feels like the posts are closer. Style. That's a little. I guess the only thing I don't know is if I like the hook. It feels just that it adds. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the hover. Hover effect on
I created a new CSS TypeScript file for clickable username, updated the clickable username TypeScript component to use a vanilla extract hover rule, edited the post header TypeScript and chat messages TypeScript files to remove the now unused show underline and style props, and ran the TypeScript compiler to confirm there were no errors. I explained the design system pattern, where each component lives in its own folder with its CSS file, contrasted it with the legacy standalone files that are inconsistent, and noted the lack of a clear reason for the current layout. I asked if I should reorganize the legacy components into matching folders. Want me to move these into their own folders to match the pattern? Permission requested. Command to create component folders in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to move component files into folders.
Oh.
I added the toggle export to the form elements barrel, updated the imports in the settings page TSX and group settings page TSX to include toggle, ran a TypeScript compilation check to verify there were no errors, and listed the final UI folder structure, showing all components organized in their own directories. A new ComposeBox component with vanilla extract styling, creating its CSS TypeScript file, its TypeScript JSX component file, and a barrel export file. I updated the UI index TypeScript file to export ComposeBox, modified group page TypeScript JSX to render ComposeBox, and removed the unused compose styles from the layout TypeScript file. I ran the TypeScript compiler twice to confirm there were no errors.
We're getting there.
I added an event compact layout style to the postcard CSS TypeScript file to create a flex container for the emoji badge and details, then ran several type check commands and confirmed that TypeScript passes. I explained that the new layout uses display flex, a 14 pixel gap, and aligns items to the top, with the badge preventing shrinking and the details filling the remaining space.
Don't know which of these. On the left one, we have a super blurry box shadow, and then we have a box. Just remember. Left, we just have so many boxes. Really reins it in. We're basically only. Yeah, I think that's clean. Can you the links on the group page to be design system? Increment. Not sure if we have a button that matches style right now, but it's very similar to the nav link style we use for
I modified the button CSS TypeScript file to remove the square overlay variant, added an overlay
Invite
variant for
and
text buttons, and an
settings.
overlay icon variant for icon-only buttons,
There.
and updated the group page TypeScript JSX file to import button, and replace the inline invite and settings buttons with the new button variants, while swapping the old tab buttons for the new tab and tab group components. I also introduced a new tab component and tab group wrapper in the UI library, and ran a TypeScript compilation check to verify the changes.
Broken. Right button.
I added a margin bottom of 16 pixels to the tab group style in the tab CSS TypeScript file, updated the imports and hook usage in group page TypeScript to include theme and dark mode detection, and replaced the overlay button components with inline button elements that apply a dark mode conditional background opacity of 0.3 versus 0.8. I then ran the TypeScript compiler to verify the changes.
And tabs. Which is that? So the tabs did elements so that they show up as links in the browser controls. Click on them. Or you can. I'll mess it. And design. There's margin missing below the profile variant of the
I edited the postcard TypeScript file to add a margin map and pass a margin bottom prop to the card component, so the profile variant now receives a 12 pixels margin bottom. I also updated the comment that maps postcard variants to card padding. I explained that the margin styling was defined in the postcard CSS TypeScript file, but wasn't applied because the component used the generic card component.
Why don't margin for the other variants?
I explained that the default and compact variants of the postcard recipe do not define a margin bottom, while only the profile variant includes a 12 pixel bottom margin, and that the spacing between default and compact cards is probably handled by the parent container's gap or grid layout.
Consistent that we're doing it the most reasonable way.
updated the group page TypeScript JSX file to replace the generic tab group with individual tab components that use navigation links. And I modified the feed page TypeScript JSX file to simplify the context usage and adjust imports. I then ran the TypeScript compiler twice to verify that all pages compile without errors. I explained that the navigation tabs now use link elements, enabling right-click, middle-click, CMD/control-click, browser back-forward navigation, and URL preview, while noting that settings page and profile page retain custom-styled tab containers.
How can you create a plan to update messages and discover sections?
I updated the profile page TypeScript file to wrap the posts in a div styled with a flex column and a 12-pixel gap, and I removed the unused margin bottom from the profile style in the postcard CSS TypeScript file. I then verified the changes by reading the postcard TypeScript file and grepping for the posts feed and user content posts map patterns, confirming that all 3 page variants now use a parent container to handle spacing consistently.
The 2 in messages right now should probably be in a rather than a kind of button. I wonder if I've actually done it yet. We're getting there. Not quite done yet. Click home. On a tab. Figuring it out. A long way.
I read the right sidebar TypeScript JSX component and several UI component files. Badge CSS TypeScript, badge TypeScript JSX, section label CSS TypeScript, avatar CSS TypeScript, card CSS TypeScript, to understand its current structure. And then I wrote a migration plan markdown file called plan right sidebar. MD that outlines the current state, proposes new list item and section header components, lists existing components to reuse, adds a full width variant to the view all button, and explains that the unread count will use the existing badge component with an accent variant.
Create some tasks, and then Interesting. Slide up. Slide up. Slide down. Why is it sliding down? Oh. Oh. Go ahead and create some tasks. Oh. What's happening? It's broken. Oh, I see. We're having an issue with the postcard where when you I wonder if that happens. Click link or the profile name. It triggers clicking the card as well. We probably need to stop propagation or something. Yeah. Can't deploy until I get this entire thing into a design system because I need to be able to see the old version. These ones need to be updated. Clear. Front-end design. Create a plan and implement it to convert the nav bar to our design system. What is this called? Header? At header.tsx. We may or may not have all design system components to implement updates, update, create. Nice. And is this a link? Link, yeah. You all should.
I updated the avatar on click. Permission requested. Command to run TypeScript type checker.
Okay, is this fixed now? Announcements. Yep. That goes to the post, and this should go to the profile. Yep. Interesting. Can you update the profile page link, name link, username?
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checker command.
Better. Did I ask you all over here? Yep. Now it's a link. Tired. Getting tired. Yep. Now that's a link. Great. And this should be a link as well.
I updated the clickable username TypeScript component and the tag link TypeScript component to use React Router's link element instead of button elements, changing the navigation
How
and the
can
link
you
report.
make the
I
tag
removed the unnecessary prevent default
have a
calls.
similar
Permission requested. Run
Other
TypeScript check on happy groups.
effect? Link where?
Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checker command. Permission requested. Run TypeScript type checker command.
This is using our design system now.
Permission requested. Run
Which is
TypeScript
good.
check command. I created a new tag link, CSS, TS file that defines a hover style changing the color to the accent color, mirroring the behavior of clickable username, and I updated tag link, TSX to import and use this vanilla extract CSS instead of inline styles, making the component cleaner. I edited several TypeScript and CSS files, created new list item and section components, added full width and soft variants, and a to prop to the button component, and ran the TypeScript type checker to verify the changes. I also updated the right sidebar layout to use the new design system components, converting inline styles to reusable components,
When I
and
thought
turning the
we
view all button into a
removed
proper
that
button. The migration
from the
reduced the
button.
right sidebar code size and passed type checking.
tag link.
Permission requested.
Is there
Run linter on
anything
happy groups.
we can do to make our transitions consistent?
I read the button's
Like, should
CSS
we
TypeScript file and edited
be
the base style
using
object to
some
include text
variables?
decoration. None, removing the default anchor underline from the button.
Happy groups. So many. Vanilla.
Permission requested. Run prettier on modified files in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to build and verify Happy Groups compilation.
So this should.
Permission requested. Run slint on header files. I added a transitions object with preset values to the sprinkles style file and exported it for direct use. I then updated the tag link and clickable username style files to import and apply the new transitions, making color animations consistent across the components. I also explained how to use the transition presets in both sprinkles utility classes and vanilla extract styled. Permission requested. Command to start Vite dev server.
Oh, it's breaking so much stuff. Can't keep up with it. Status. Not. Profile being cut off. The border radius of locked. The status creator would be able to be side. Thing. The happy groups in is not changing colors.
I removed the
Staying
overflow
black.
hidden from the avatar container
Better
and
look.
added a border radius inheritance to the avatar image style, so it still respects the rounded corners, ensuring the
Also,
online
the
doc is now visible.
messages indicator is showing up at all screen sizes. It only show up in the messages. Right. So
I edited several TypeScript style files, updating import statements to include the transitions module and replacing hard-coded transition strings like transform 0.1576,
also, the messages
opacity
icon is not
0.1576,
showing up.
with references such as
Box.
transitions interactive,
And the
transitions
alert
transform slow,
icon
and transitions default.
is not.
I also opened and read the group badge, profile group badge, nav item, and list item TypeScript files to review their contents. You've hit your limit resets 5 MUTC.
No. Limits. Oh, it doesn't reset for an hour? Oh my god. Kidding me. No. They're rate limiting us, pup. They don't want to see us succeed. Trying to stop. Trying to stop us, pup. Come in. They're trying to stop us, pup. They don't want happy groups. They want sad groups. God, that sucks. Alright. Well, I'll probably do a little bit more later, but I think I'm going to call it a night, go sauna, wait for my limit to reset. Thanks for watching. Later.